Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev. I've had a pretty busy last couple of days. On Tuesday afternoon, I took the new fighting game project to a meetup event, and it went really well. People responded to it quite well. I've also been sort of tangled up in some discussion that we might be able to talk about regarding certain new releases and whether or not they constitute as games and how we should feel about that, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if I want to talk about it, but it's kind of just been salient in my headspace the last couple of days. Pardon me. I had to do some errands today, so I haven't been working on Insignia too much, but I was sort of spending some time yesterday prepping a little bit more to do with the, I guess, the grey boxing that I've been doing in the last little while. I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat right now. We got Rhyme, Bomber, Yes, Javine, Virtue vs. Vice, Mr. Pizza Hunter, Sham Guy, Garrett, Garnet, Kane, welcome. I know, I feel that way too. So, welcome everyone who's on Twitch and anyone who's lurking on YouTube. Great to have you here. I want to say a big thank you to Malachi for the most recent follow and Bilbo Swaggins for the most recent subscription. Okay, so alrighty, Brew. Let's give it we'll try to give it 5 minutes. Okay, I really want to keep it super brief. So, this game came out called Mixtape. Okay, Mixtape is kind of a coming of age story game, video game, where you're kind of watching. It's like playing a movie, Hey, Lazy Guru, thank you so much for the sub. And it got really good reviews, and so of course received a lot of backlash from people who are, I guess, more gatekeepery about what games should be. That this kind of game shouldn't exist, or at least is less worthy of a 10 out of 10 score because it's maybe less interactive, or I would say less consequence driven than, say, I don't know, Street Fighter or whatever, right? Like as a game, it kind of, I suppose to be really charitable, the argument would be, as a game, your choices don't have major consequences in Mixtape. You're sort of just going along with the journey. Okay, so it's more of like an interactive narrative experience with, moments of play and, open gameplay between kind of animated sequences, right? Like a film. And I made a hot take on Twitter where people were saying it's not a game, so it can't get a 10 out of 10. And I was like, well, if it's not a game, well, neither is Elden Ring, which is a very hot take. But my point being that this word game, right? The only reason this argument that Mixtape isn't a game, the only reason we even have that as an argument is because of this word, right? Which is doing a lot of heavy lifting these days when we talk about video games, right? A video game. What is a video game, right? These two words do not tell us what a video game is. A video means to do with sending image data onto a screen. Not every video game. You could make a game that didn't have graphics and it would still be a video game today. And you could make a video game that's not a game at all, like Zork. It's not a game. And it also doesn't have graphics. So is Zork a video game or is it entertainment software? The point is, we use this word to mean entertainment software, but people take this part of the word and think that it means something that, in my opinion, it hasn't been relevant as like the salient, I guess, driving verb or adjective of what a game is for, I don't know, 40 years. For 40 years, most games have not been games in the academic sense. And I say that because there's kind of like, I've already sort of put some thought into this. In my estimation, what we're describing is like categories of play here. And play has lots of different breakdowns of kinds of experiences that don't have like, they're orthogonal to each other, right? So a toy is different to a puzzle, is different to a game, is different to a, such that you could describe them in ways where they don't overlap at all, okay? So very, very loosely, I would say something like the big three that's really easy to do this with is toy, puzzle, and game, okay? So like a toy is unfocused play, right? There's no objective when you play with a toy. You can't win a toy. It's an object that's separate from the player, right? You play with a toy and there's no way to play it wrong, right? So that's a toy. A puzzle, and as a system, a toy is like mono, it might have multiple states, right? A toy can be like a state machine, like a fidget toy, right? Has a state for, you know, open or closed or, you know, left, right. So like 2 states, that's the minimum that you need. Or even a toy can be single state and it's still a toy, right? Then we have like puzzles. Puzzles have a series or one or more like non-complete states, and then one like objective state. So you can complete a puzzle, there is a solution, but you can't fail a puzzle because no matter what state you're in, as long as it's not the success state, you're just already broken. It's already incomplete. It starts incomplete and remains incomplete until you solve it. Okay, so the idea of motivated play is, you know, introduced in a puzzle. Now, the difference between a puzzle and a game is that a game has a start, it has fail states, right? These are actual ways to lose at the game, and it has a victory state. You can also play a game better or worse. So a game has, it evaluates your play. It says you played well or you didn't play well, right? A toy, you can't play with a toy better or worse because the system doesn't care what you're doing. A puzzle, you can complete it or not complete it, but you can't do a puzzle worse or better. As in a jigsaw puzzle, if you take a snapshot of all of the states in a jigsaw puzzle, you can't say you got here, you're a better puzzler or a worse puzzler unless you put a game constraint over it, like in X amount of moves or in X amount of time. That turns a puzzle into a game, okay? And in my understanding, this kind of, I call it taxonomy, this kind of taxonomy it's useful in 2 ways. One, it's good for cataloging the kinds of experiences. But 2, the cataloging is important from a designer perspective and from a player perspective. So video entertainment, interactive entertainment is all about creating a connection with players. And so much of that connection comes down to communication around marketing, around branding, the way you teach a player how to play a game, whether or not you teach a player how to play. There's so much stuff that's happening for a product to be enjoyable, valuable, that has to do with nomenclature, right? What things mean and what you're supposed to do when you interact with them. That if we get these wrong, if we conflate the terms, we risk something very dangerous happening, which is the language that we use to describe the things drives our understanding of the things rather than the other way around, right? So saying that something that doesn't have fail states doesn't deserve to be a video game because it's not a game, that's kind of like okay, we'll just call this something else then, right? Okay, and now you can't make that argument. It no longer has to be a game just because you put it in your PlayStation. And in my opinion, if we were being really strict about what this is, these are atomic components, and most like video entertainment, or we'll call it interactive, Sony calls it Sony computer entertainment. So interactive entertainment, it doesn't just fall into one of these three categories. There's also like sandbox play, right? Or social play. And those have different constraints. It's different kinds of feelings, right? Like a sandbox is like a series of toys, or like a space that contains toys, or soft objectives, right? Things that you don't need to do, that don't change the game. You're just exploring it, right? It's just like things that can happen, and if you do them, you've done them, right? These are different, and modern interactive entertainment titles have lots of these across them, and they change and they overlap. But it's important to know the difference between when you're supposed to be gaming versus when you're supposed to be exploring or puzzle solving or just enjoying the scenery, right? Those are different things to each other as experiences. So if you take a snapshot of someone playing The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, you could probably plot across the playthrough what the player was, what their intentions were, or even what the designer's intent for the player was across the space and across the playthrough, where there would be undulations. There are times when it's more story and what you're doing doesn't actually matter. You can't fail at watching a cutscene or going through dialogue, or you can't fail at walking around the Kokiri forest, right? Or talking to NPCs in Kakariko Village. That's not what this is, right? This is not that. Even if the title itself, even if you still have a health bar during those moments, the fact that there's no danger, there's nothing that can reduce your health, means that you're not doing a game when you're walking around the village, right? You're doing sandbox play, or you might be engaging in toy play, right? Hitting a chicken is not a game. Hitting a chicken is a toy, because it's just something where you do something and something happens, right? It's a novelty. So this to me is like just how it is. I don't think of this as my opinion. I think this is just like evident. And I guess I've been really upset by the fact that people seem to be okay with just saying X is a game, right? Elden Ring is a game. Well, it's not just a game. A lot of it is not game. It's not supposed to feel like a game. Like the developers of Elden Ring didn't write all those item descriptions to make you better at it, or to arm you with data that will make you be able to beat the Elden Beast better, right? There's all of this like art in the game that's not game. The package contains art and game, and they weave through each other, but there is a distinction between them, right? When you're looking at the soup, you can see the potatoes and the carrots, and you can see the chives or whatever on top. Like it's not like the ingredients are inseparable, or that games just spawn into existence, right? There's so much creative intent that goes into these things to create experiences that have so much more depth and are about so much more than this. Okay. And some of these, there's more than this, right? Like what about like performance or like social, like role playing. Like role playing is not about winning, and it's not just like playing with a toy. Especially when you're like playing, say, D&D, like we call D&D a game, but the experience of playing D&D with your friends is much closer to like improv comedy than it is soccer, right? Like this is evident to me. It's like not even like I wouldn't even think twice about saying that, because improv comedy is a kind of social play where you take on a role, you interact with each other, and it's governed by rules that are not the same as sports, right? Like improv comedy, things like yes and, or the concept of fair play, those are intrinsic to role playing in ways that aren't in soccer. Fair play in soccer is just playing by the rules, but it doesn't have a social component. If someone scores 10 goals against you in soccer, you don't like have a reason to be mad at them. But if someone on stage in an improv comedy troupe is like no butting all of the things that you say, you have a reason to be mad at them because they're not playing fairly with you, right? Or it's like if you're playing a game with a child and you never let them win, that's unfair social play. But that's a different set of criteria to competitive games, or even any kind of games that evaluate, your performance. Garnet Kane says, I'm an ex-competitive figure skater, and to me that's a sport. There's athletic elements to it, but at the end of the day, there's a judging element to it. And a lot of people feel very strongly that a sport that's judged subjectively doesn't make it a true sport. I always found that to be a weird take, but I can understand the argument, but I think it doesn't take it away from being a sport. I would say it is a sport, and the judging is a subjective necessity for now in a world where it probably could be objectively evaluated. If there was some way to, let's just say you had points based on how many rotations, I saw somebody do an analysis of the girl who won the gold in figure skating, the American, and they were critiquing the rotation of her ankle when she was doing her, jump spin, whatever that's called. And they were saying, well, she's over-rotated here, so it's not as much of a spin because her leg is already rotated, but it's on the ground. So it looks like 3, but it's really 2.5 or something like that. I mean, like if we had like VAR live, maybe we could arbitrate figure skating in a way that was more objective. Now, of course, there is probably, in lots of performance sports, there is an art aspect to it. There's creativity and flow and all these things that I don't know if they're part of the judging criteria. But that's not to say that they're not games, even if they're not very easy to be played fairly or judged fairly. Figure skating is a sport. Right? There are a set of rules that drive play. There is a way to win in competition. And it's important there to make a distinction, right? Like it becomes competition when it's judged. If you're not judging it, it's not competition, it's dancing on ice, right? But it's also possible to define structured play in figure skating in ways that are not a game and also not performance creativity. For example, I have this idea of I've called it performance here, but I'm still toying with it. This idea of challenge, right? So like this idea of like in say skating, can you do a kickflip? Doing a kickflip is a challenge. It's not a game, right? It's Boolean. You either can do one or you can't do one. If you do one, you've done one, and that's it. And there's no score you get. You don't beat anybody. You're not a winner. It's just something that was hard that you did. I think a lot of video games today, single player games, are just this, right? It's not that you're trying to win them. You're just being faced with a challenge that's asking if you're able to do something, right? Like, can you, like, even the idea of like defeating a boss, to me, there's something about it that yes, we could call it, I mean, there's so much overlap with what a game is, but I feel like it's only because we have this pre-existing attachment to the word game that's, in my opinion, melting into all of the other terminology that make it, that it feels it feels icky to try and separate them. But I do think that it's worth doing that, because so much of play in something like Elden Ring is built around challenges that are self-imposed. Like, it's the player within a sandbox choosing to engage in challenge in a way that the game, the title, the system is not asking you to. That to me is so, it's so valuable, but like, I obviously on Twitter you can't communicate it. Like, do you know that in Elden Ring there's maybe 8 encounters that you need to do? You don't have to fight anybody in Elden Ring if you don't want, unless outside of those 8. Like, you could just walk around and open chests, and you can level up doing that. Like, you don't need to do anything. The game doesn't tell you, fight these 3 guys in 2 minutes and get 30 points, right? Like, it doesn't ask you to do that. In fact, like, if you look at how the game is marketed, to an extent, obviously, like, there are game aspects to it, but like Elden Ring, if you just look at Elden Ring, like, what is this, right? Look at the, like, this, like, title, where is it? The, like, title image that they use. That's, to me, this doesn't say game, does it? It doesn't say, like, sport. It doesn't say, like, even challenge. It says, like, this is inspired by what's his name? It's a painter. His name is Caspar David Friedrich, right? Like, do people understand that this is this? So, like, is this telling you that you're going to win or lose some game? Or is this telling you that you're going to go on an adventure, that you're going to explore a world? I don't understand how people can't separate those things, or at least acknowledge that, like, even the game knows that it's, to some degree, I mean, sure, there's, like, lots of conflict, but, like, this moment in Elden Ring, to me, is, like, extremely important. It's one of the first things that you do in the game. This person might be doing this for a while. Hang on. This moment here tells you everything about what Elden Ring is trying to be. For someone who's never played the game before, this moment is, to me, extremely important, right? That's Elden Ring making its thesis statement on what it is. Okay? It's saying, off you go. Go on. Off you go. To me, that's very, that's doing this. And to say that this is this, or that this includes this, is, to me, to me, it's disingenuous. Do you know what I mean? Like there's something that's like clearly not, what's the word? You're throwing like the baby out with the bathwater if you just say, oh yeah, it's a game. Yeah, it's a game. It's just game. Or even to say, yeah, all of this is just game. You know, it's a game. Because for me, if you want to play this word game, if you want to do that, I think that's okay. Okay? I think it's fine to say that everything that is this is a game. Great. Awesome. But then you can't say that mixtape isn't one. Because like, where's the line? You can't use the word as broadly as you want and then say no, but not this thing. I'm fine to call this like, you know, interactive entertainment. Or even computer entertainment. Let's be crazy about it, right? Because even like there's other kinds of things you do that I would argue aren't even this. Like if this all falls under play, I think betting is not play. If you gamble, if you're like pushing a button and then watching to see what happens and then you win or you lose, you aren't playing. It's not a form of play to just say, flip the coin, I bet heads, and it's tails or heads. That's like pushing the start button on a game and then watching the credits roll. You're not actually doing anything to influence the outcome. There's no choices involved. So, like, you know, if you want to start breaking things down, like in Australia, we have a whole thing. This in Australia is called the gaming industry. Like if you go to a casino, they are governed by what are called gaming laws, which is different from video games, because video games are covered under screen. It's actually, I think it's competition in gaming. So like the actual laws around how this works, this is called gaming in Australia. So it's not like, and if you go to a convention, like a conference about gaming in Australia, like a gaming conference, you will be going to a casino conference. And the people who make casino things, they don't have the same audience, they don't have the same developers, they don't have, like there's no overlap between those two things. So you have to be really careful, because you have to go to like a video game conference to go to what we're all talking about. So to me, like all of these things are, the words are important, and I'm fine to use them in a loose way as long as we all know what we're talking about. But what frustrates me is this idea that like this is all that's happening when you're playing a video game. Because like as someone who's making one, like 30% of what's in this is not about you winning or losing it. Like so much of Insignia is not there to arbitrate whether or not you're winning or losing it. It's there to tell you a story. And the same can be said for Ocarina of Time. One of the best games of all time is a story. What you take with you after you play it is what you remember about it, you know, and the memories are made based on the experiences, but most of those experiences are dramatic because of the characters and the stakes and the... Anyway. Well, J-Dot, the only thing I would say about... So chance does not mean gambling or betting. Like there are like odds is an important thing here. So like, for example, if I have a character with a build and the build includes choices like an armor rating, and I roll a dice, a d20, and I need to hit above 13 to roll, to win or whatever, all of those choices that I made that mitigated what the dice roll is, that is play. So I've made a bunch of choices and now my dice roll is affected based on the choices that I made. That's different to gambling. In a sense, at least it has more play in it. So the concept of like player choice or influence over outcomes, like poker is a game that involves gambling or even blackjack, and it becomes more of a game over time. If you play against someone over, say, 3 hours of poker, the psychology of the game becomes more relevant than the gambling, because the game is not played in one hand. The game is played over all that time. You're understanding tells and learning how people play and pushing them when you think they're bluffing, and that's the game of poker. Not, oh, Mike, well, that's where the real game is, I would say. Someone who's like a professional at poker is not a gambler in that sense. They actively actually, poker players hate it when you gamble. If you just like punt, if you just like chase a straight or something and you win, poker players hate it. Because they're all aware of the odds of every hand. And so they're all playing the metagame of psychology. So if you just like gamble at poker, it can throw off the rules of play, the unspoken rules. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it too long, but that's my little rant. I just think like it's totally fine to make whatever the hell you want. You know what I mean? Like, when I say like Elden Ring's not a game, or Ocarina of Time's like not just a game, or whatever I say, when I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's unworthy of an experience. Actually, those are like my two favorite experiences of all time. What I'm saying is like, there are things about the experience that are worth caring about that aren't just whether you won or lose the game. And the thing that I think matters most to me is that we have this unfortunate term, gamer, where people identify with this word. And so they use the word derogatorily, in a derogatory way, right? To try to dictate what kinds of things you can or can't make. That's dumb, right? Let's be real. If you go to Steam and there's some title that you're not interested in, why should that be a problem for you? It's only a problem if you can't search and filter separately from that, which good tech terminology would let you do, right? But there's nothing wrong. There's lots of people who it's crazy, right? We love watching movies. Everyone loves watching movies. Nobody gets mad that movies aren't games, right? They go, oh, $20, I'll go to the movies and I'll spend 2 hours and I'll enjoy this thing. Okay, so it's the same thing, but you plug it into your, you download it on your PlayStation and you do the same thing. Okay, why is that bad? Is it like bad because you don't mentally have the dexterity to enjoy? But this isn't in the movies. This isn't my Netflix account. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird that something that's good can't be judged for being good at what it is because of someone wanting to use a word to describe what it is that it isn't. That's like a stupid problem to have to solve. Like if you wrote The Lord of the Rings before novels existed, would people really say it was bad at being a poem? You know, it's like, it's not trying to be a poem, it's a novel. Okay, we don't have that word yet, so it's bad. It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Or like the first feature-length film before there was, like if all we had were TV shows and you played a feature-length film on TV, would someone really get upset that it wasn't a TV show? Maybe they would, but they wouldn't be right to do so. Yeah, I just don't understand it. And it's for me, it's kind of like, I don't know, I guess my sense of security is not as high as it needs to be able to just laugh at those people. Maybe because I considered myself a gamer. You know what I mean? Like for a long, I still kind of do to an extent, but I feel like when people use that term, it's kind of a cringe term, right? To say gamer now. It's like, yeah, we all play games. Like there's no such thing as like a movie-er, you know? I'm a filmer. You know? You could be like a movie buff, I guess, but it's not even like that. That's not your like identity, you know? We all play games, we all watch movies, we all listen to music, so like, it's okay. Well, the problem is, I guess, that the people want to think about it. People think about it like it's a club, and when things are trying to come into the club that are not what they like, they think that those things need to be pushed away because it dilutes the club. Yeah, but if someone came up to you and said they were a cinemaphile, would you not just think that was one of those cringe things? Cinemaphiles rise up, you know? It's just... And like, we can love games. We can dedicate our lives to making them, to playing them. That's amazing. But if loving and making games means hating other games or hating other experiences because they're not what you like, that's cringe and weird. Like, be whatever you want to be, as long as you just like let other people be what they want to be and make what they want to make. And that's not to say that there isn't room for moralizing in this conversation. I think it's okay to moralize, but you have to be very careful when you do it. To say something ought not exist or something should have been something else is an extremely... You have to be very careful to say that, because it means you have to have a really clear understanding of the like harm that it's causing to make that kind of claim. What harm does mixtape cause? Who does it hurt, you know, for this thing to be less interactive than your favorite game? You know, the idea that like a team from Australia was able to make a game and it was good is like one of the most special, it should be like one of the most celebrated things, just that it exists. Like, how entitled can you be to not just appreciate that like there's not much of an industry here. Like we're all just a bunch of people like doing our very best to make something that like isn't broken and can release, and something that has that level of like confidence in how it's edited and how it plays. Even if plays is like a very loose term, just the idea that like something can be that well directed and orchestrated is like a huge win. Like the fact that it's even on the level of a movie is something that in 2013, even game fans were scoffing at the idea of a game being like a movie. I remember very clearly, I think it was Brian Altano from IGN in like 2013 was talking about how like even like it was like offhanded. There was this, I think it was on, it might have been an episode of the IGN podcast, I can't remember what it's called, where essentially they were just talking about how I think the Prince of Persia movie had just come out recently or something like that. And they were saying that, you know, movies based on games are bad because even the best game story is like a C tier movie. That was like accepted from the top echelon of game stories. That was the accepted take 13 years ago. Now something comes out that's like totally watchable and really good, maybe even a good movie that happens to be interactive, amazing. And it comes from a place that's very hard to make games in. And we're upset about it because it's not some other kind of experience. That's just weird. It's, certainly as someone who makes games, it's like, holy shit. Can we just like be grateful that something exists that's good? Because when a game comes out and it makes money and it's good, it lets other people also make money and make games that possibly are good. It creates fertile soil where the place, you know, where the game was made so that more games can come out. And they don't have to be in the same genre. They could just be more games. So, you know, the rising tide raises all ships or whatever they say. Like, can't we just, yeah, exactly. Can't we just like be happy that something was good and that people liked it? It's so hard. It would have been so hard to make mixtape. Like, it's really hard to make anything that's good. Let's just like let the people who cooked feel good they didn't burn it. You know, they cooked. They did a good job. All right. So, on Tuesday, I playtested a new game for the first time. So I was working on I'm working on a Smash clone that features one button. It's essentially it's a fighting game. It's Smash Brothers, but you flick the analog stick in the opposite direction like a rubber band to hurl yourself at your opponents. And it went really well. People really liked it. I was so happy with the kind of like response that I got. Maybe because it's a positive environment and people, you know, like to enjoy it. But actually, it was so cool because I learned something about my game that's very special. Guy walks up. He's got a beer in his hand, right? And he's watching everyone play. And there was 3 people playing at the time. And someone said, "Oh, you can play this with a beer in your hand. You just have to hold the controller in the other hand." And he did, and he had a great time with a beer in his hand. So like, I think I might have made the first one-handed game that you can play competitively with a beer in your hand. It was so cool. I was like, this is a little marketing trick. Yeah, and people really liked it. Like someone was like, you don't have to make this much deeper than it is. It's already good. Just add a couple levels and make more fighters and polish it up and get it out there. So that was cool. But I also had some really positive sentiments around what we could change to make it better. The biggest feedback, just to give you guys some continuity on sort of where we're at here. Let me see if I can get this up. So right now, I mean, it's very super rough, right? And the game, you know, it looks, you know, something like this, right? It's got like 2 bars. It's got like a stamina bar and like a health bar. And I know that this is a challenge. Like it's just obvious, but I had to get something in there just so that there was a visible way to see how much stamina you had. So I put them here, knowing that they need to go here, but not knowing what that should be yet. And that was the feedback I got. Like, it would be great to see how much stamina I have near my character. So I'm gonna have to figure out like what that looks like. I was thinking maybe something like, someone had a kind of a cool idea that they didn't love, but I liked it, of like, when you shoot yourself, the trajectory that you follow is where your stamina is. So if you have like 4 pips left, you know, that's like, you know, 100% stamina remaining, you know, 75, 50, 25, none. So you can kind of tell how much stamina you have by how far, by what the trail that's behind you, which I quite liked. And there were a couple of little things like that that I want to solve, you know, confidently, but I don't know yet what that looks like. I'm not really sure. Yeah, still figuring it out. Diegetic, yeah, exactly. Like, is there some way, like we were talking, I thought about like maybe having like the weapons have flame behind them. So like a white flame is like, you've got lots of energy left, and like blue flame is like second highest amount, red, and then, you know, brown or something. So I don't know. There's lots of ideas here. Even like the weapons get smaller, or I don't know, something like that. There's lots here, and I think the most important thing is that like there's no rules yet. There's no constraints for this thing. Like, we could make the characters designed so that they show this thing. For example, I kind of had this idea already, but like the hair of this barbarian woman could be procedural, and I could add more like bits of hair. Like it goes like longer the more stamina she has. Or like the knight could have like a bigger feather. The feather like is longer the more stamina you have. Or, and they don't have to be different characters even. They could all be the same kind of thing, you know? And the thing, whatever it is, has some aspect of its design that lets you see its stamina, right? You don't have to solidify these design decisions just because they look pretty right now. Like right now I've got 4 different classes. Right now they look like this, but they could be anything. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So like, it could be that we use color for stamina, and it could be that like the player characters are like, someone is a diamond, someone is a square, someone is a circle, and someone is a triangle. So color isn't necessary to determine who you are. And that way color can be used to determine how much stamina you have. For example, that would be an extreme way to think about it. But, you know, the point here is like, right now I'm using the character sprites and their colors to differentiate so that you can see, oh, I'm the red thing. You know, that's, you know, oh, I'm the orange girl thing. You know, right now that is the identifier. So using color for the weapon might be hard because it crosses with the color of the character, but you could use character shape to do that, you know, as well. So yeah, lots of like opportunities here. And I really do want to be able to take a step back from what it is and think about like, just question everything. Like, do they have to be characters? Do they have to be human? What shape can they be within that context? Like, do their proportions need to be what they are? How could you use color or shape to you know, modulate variety, but also allow the player to whatever. That game, I've been working on it for like 4 days. Insignia, I've been working on it for like 9 years. So, on Insignia, I wanted to talk a little bit about some challenge that I have. So first of all, some updates about publishing. We might have another option maybe happening soon. I'll have more news if it actually happens, but a potential home for Insignia. Could be coming around the corner. I've also been thinking a little bit about updating the demo. So the Steam demo for Insignia is like one version behind the current version. And that version doesn't include the parry stuff. So there's a lot of like, you know, all of this stuff is not in, not in the current version. And I'm not sure it should be yet. I don't know if there might need to be something that helps explain it. So we'll see. I use C#, Yawose. You have the parry, yeah, but I don't... The parry exists, but I don't really teach you much about how to use it until after you get to here. And even then, I don't know, I'm not 100% on that tutorial. I think there might be some opportunities to make it better. So, I'm looking forward to adding depth to it. Is so deep and, you know, matured that, like, who cares if it's missing one feature? Like, the game that I'm selling, you can get a sense of what it is even without the parry stuff. In terms of how you would market it and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's already, it's full, you know. Adding a cherry on top doesn't make the cake taste bad. Or taking the cherry away, you know. So it's just very hard for me because obviously I'm 9 years into development and there's a lot of emotional baggage there. There's also, look, something that I'm really struggling with that's affecting me emotionally as well, which I want to get through, which is just the grey boxing piece. I'm finding it like really, really difficult to lay down a bunch of like essentially cable without good cable management. That's kind of what this feels like. But I don't know if it's possible to manage the cables better than I'm managing them. And I think what I might be experiencing is something like the friction that comes from using an off-the-shelf engine and building the game, you know, building the scope as I've been building the game. And I just don't think it's possible. Like, if I got to this point, if I had more experience, let's just say I started this game today, knowing the problem that I'm having right now, I might have been able to build my tools and my content in such a way that it doesn't have this problem. But I don't think I obviously don't have that opportunity. So I'm faced with something that's very difficult. And I just want to talk about it a little bit, which is like, can't unpick it. Don't want to make it more tangled. This is what I'm feeling. Hey, Patchden, thank you so much for the watch streak. Same thing with Swamp Maddie. Thank you so much. So what this is the threading of the story in the game, right? The chain of, like, this, for example, is chapter 2, right? Chapter 2, you do this, then this, then this, and this, and this, etc. But even within one of these, like, beats, like, this is a quest. This quest requires all of this to happen. And all of this is, like, abstract, but at a certain point, the boxes become, like, literal things that have to exist in the game as data. So, like, this is like a validatable, this is like a thing in the game that you can do. Fix the wheel. And then, like, discover Crucible. Okay, that's like a moment in the game where I teleport you to it. Learning ability, return. So there's, like, each of these represents like states that the game needs to be in. And those states, the state management is starting to really chafe on me as a developer, as a designer. And I think my imposter syndrome here is telling me that AAA devs have solved this a different way. Intellectually, I get the sense that actually, like, let's just say in a game like Final Fantasy VII, they just winged it. Like, they just did whatever and then left that in the game, and that's what they had. In terms of like, there's this transition from like script to scenario to data entry to gameplay. Like, somebody has to go, oh yeah, you do this, then you do this, then you do this. That's the story, right? Cloud and the gang go through Walmart, and there's something about, you know, dressing up to get into Don Corneo's mansion. That's in the script, right? And they might even say, oh, you can get different parts of the dress, right? This guy here doesn't know whether that's fun yet. He's just writing it. In order for this to be validated, like, how many pieces of the dress do you need to get? Is it the dress and the shoes and the makeup and the hair? Is it dress, shoes, makeup, hair, and 5 other things? Is it just the dress? Like, the play experience, you can't validate that here. So you write the script. Then there is the actual, that becomes the scenario, right? Which is kind of coupled with the data entry. Like, someone has to say, okay, yes, it's my job to make it so that there is an NPC who gives you the dress and an NPC who gives you the shoes, and they live here on the map and this one is here on the map. That's scenario, I guess. I call it scenario. And then that has to be hooked up in a way that you can do A, B, C, D, so it's playable, and then you validate it with gameplay. This is so time consuming, particularly like these two moments here, scenario and data entry, that if you say, actually, let's cut that. Let's not do the Walmart part. Let's just make it so that Cloud barges into Don Corneo's mansion with his normal clothes. Like, why would he doesn't have to dress up, he just runs in. That's like a month of work that you just throw out just because, or like it could be 3 months. If it's one person doing it, it could be like 6 months. For me, it's like that. And the trauma of like going, oh, actually, no, that doesn't work, is so painful that like I'm getting like Pavlovian, like Vietnam flashbacks trying to like knit it all together. Cause I'm like, am I going to keep this? Am I going to keep this? Am I going to keep this? Everything that I'm setting up. Cause it's like, again, it's like weeks and months of like connecting wires. And then if you don't keep it, the worst part is like you have a bunch of data that's sitting in the project that's now irrelevant. So like, looking at how big FF7 is, there ain't no way that, like, I guess if you have all the resources in the world, you could make like a bunch of things and then just keep the ones you want and throw out the ones you don't want. Like, yeah, we made a bunch of game moments and these are the ones we kept. You know, maybe that's possible, but like, how do you make the story coherent? It's just like, it feels like something that I can't imagine, even with my 10 years of making this game, I can't imagine a way of doing it that isn't spaghetti without making it extremely non-connected. Like, you just make a bunch of modules and then that's it. Like, there's no there's no like backtracking or no like connection between the quests. Even then, like the fact that you can even walk between the quests is... What's the risk of spaghetti? Great question, Choco. I need to do this exercise or else I'll be stuck forever. So the risk is basically that the story is just like poorly paced. Pacing and effectiveness. Like it might drag because you wrote something that takes a long time to do, way longer than it took to write. So that's a possible consequence. So let's write it down. Pacing. And actually just like I call it like the hit rate of value goes down. So like, it's like a comedian making jokes. If the audience is on board, if they're all vibing, every joke lands and everyone laughs, the energy in the room goes up. But if you misfire if you misfire, I'm reading your message. If you misfire, suddenly like the thing that the player is doing now doesn't feel like what they're supposed to be doing. It's like, I don't want to be reading text right now. I want to be playing game. And so the text, I'm not going to read it. I'm going to skip this text because I feel like I should be attacking enemies. So like just the chemistry between the developer and the it's like an engine. The engine timings get screwed up. So like stuff just doesn't, it creates waste, essentially. The content becomes more wasteful, less efficient. So like, is that post-grey boxing refining? I don't know. I don't know. The fear is, well, my experience so far has been with chapter 1, devastating how much I had to redo. Let me show you some stuff. It's actually like, I'm starting to like get a bit, what's the word? It really hurts to have to tread back through this stuff, like mentally. So like, this is the document where I keep this conversation. And I spent a lot of time doing things like this, right? Designing like dungeons or saying, oh yeah, you go through here, you do this. I diagram them out. And the game world has had lots of iterations, right, over the years. Like, just, you know, there were times where the dungeon was like one big scene, or times where the dungeon was a bunch of scenes. And like, for example, this dungeon here was the Crucible, where you learned, at a certain point, you learned all 3 abilities at the same time. You learned Arise, Charge, and Scale, all in the same room. And the room was set up like the room changed to give you access to different pathways, so that you could get one ability and then a different thing changes, and then you get a second ability, like a Zelda dungeon. And when I play tested it with players, it didn't feel good, because I was giving them all the tools without forcing them to use the tools or need the tools, or even like having them intuit why they're useful. It was kind of a little bit of cognitive overload, and it felt like a drag at the time. But like for me, it's like, this is the most important part of the game. Why does it feel like a drag? So in the end, what I did was like, well, I'll tell you what I did. I went through all this exercise of thinking about the player flow and being like, okay, if you start the game here, maybe by here, it's like you're a bit bored, or like, it felt like it came out of nowhere, this section, because the game scenario, the story said, we're trying to go to this library. And like at a certain point, you just get like railroaded down into this dungeon space. So it's like, it felt like I'm supposed to be going to the library, but I'm stuck in this dungeon, which obviously is just like, obviously not how I want players to feel. So I thought about like moving the dungeon significantly further to the left so that you pass through it earlier. I thought about like having there be like 2 loops. So like day 1, you get here really quickly, and then the next day you go to the dungeon. I thought about, and I prototyped this stuff, you know, this is last year. And I tried really hard to find something that would work. And eventually I did find something that would work. But to test that took me 3 months. It took me so long. And the answer, I'm like tearing up. Oh, Jesus Christ, did it really hurt me that much? Well, this is the problem. Let me tell you how I'm really feeling. The formula that I ended up with, just to wrap it up, was that I would split the dungeon into 3 dungeons, and I would make the dungeons teleport you. I would allow the dungeons to become teleport points so that the backtracking doesn't hurt you. Like it actually makes you faster to move through the world when you learn one ability. And I made it so that instead of the levels trying to prove why they exist, I would put all of the things that you need to solve, like walls you need to scale, distances that you need to jump across in the world, so that when you get one of these abilities and then come back to the world, in order to proceed to progress with the story, you pass through the areas that you had previously passed through and couldn't navigate, now armed with the new ability. So the world is the dungeon in that sense. Now that's great, works really well. But it meant that I had to invent the teleporting feature. I had to like design that and figure out how to make that work. It meant I had to like totally swap around how assets appear in the game. Like this thing was a different thing previously. Like this was the point where you started. Now it's the point where you end. And then this thing is the point where you start. I had to add a world map, and that changed how the pacing felt significantly, because now you reference the map. I mean, like this moment in the game, just to hammer this home, this moment in the game used to happen kind of late in the game. Now it happens pretty early. And this moment where the map opens up, you see the things scatter, and then you see this moment here where it's like, oh, like one of the things I need to go get is there. That creates pacing that's extremely like the feeling of seeing where you need to go is so much better than going without knowing when the end is coming. Like if I'm just moving forward room by room, there's a tension of like, okay, but when does the story progress? Okay, but when do I get to put the controller down? Am I done? Should I save now? Or like, I'm waiting for like a rhythm to tell me like, and now we're at the destination. When you put a marker on a map, you create a destination. So I learned all of this stuff over like 3-4 months. After having had a game that was like you could play the demo to the end of the first chapter, and it didn't feel that good, but like all the content is the same. I just rearranged it and added teleporting. But the rearranging and teleporting, even though I wasn't making that many new assets, I thought it would take me 3 weeks. It took me like 4 months. And that sense of, I thought that this rejigging would take me like this much time, and it took me like this much time, is very, very scary as someone who's trying to like, the next step in the game's timeline, the next milestone is full funding and production. If I can't evaluate the production, what do I do? What do I use the money for? Like I can't put someone in and say, you do this part, I'll pay you $80,000 and you do that. Because I'm the one who's in charge of doing that. And if I can't tell them how it should be done, it's either going to be very wasteful or we're gambling, which I don't like. So, yeah. I do you know what there's like one little saving grace here, which is that my brother, he works in film, and he's working on some really big films with like millions and millions and millions, like, you know, big Hollywood movies that are coming out right now or being filmed right now. And when he tells me about what the production's like, it's like a massive mess. But the reason why it doesn't feel like a mess is because they have so much that they shoot that they figure it out in the edit. They figure it out later. And it becomes something like totally different to what they were supposed to be filming. It's like, I think we'll do this. Shoot. Get effects done. All these VFX shots, like millions of dollars in VFX shots, and they throw them out and they just keep the ones that they want, or they like get new ones made. So like maybe my standard for like my standard for good enough is one where that puts a lot of responsibility on me, and I can tell when something's not at my standard. I think I'm already in so deep risk-wise into this project that I don't want to gamble on the production as little as possible. Like my goal today, and as we do this, is to try and I have to really filter between two things. Is it just me? Am I just a bit traumatized? Is this organized or not? Is this as organized as it can be? Because if I can make this even 10% more organized, and there's like $500,000 in the project, this is a $50,000 decision. You know what I mean? That's the like, I mean, not exactly, but you know what I mean? It's like that. It's like 3 months of someone's life is going to be dedicated to like screwing around with Unity components. Minimum, it might be like 18 months of someone's life if they're working from now until we release. Just fiddling around with Unity components. So like, if there's anything I can do to make that fiddling, if I can make it take twice as half as long, we save a ton of energy. And the most insane part of this is everyone else's work depends on what this is. If I take these characters out, the animations of the characters also get chucked out. You know what I mean? So like, it's not just that it's like a separate piece of work. It's like it is the story of the game. It's the edit that everyone else's work either contributes to or gets cut from. So if I had like $2 million or like even $1 million, we could probably just chuck manpower at this thing and get something that was fun at the end, maybe. But I don't have that. What I have is like my brain and my time right now. So I really have to be able to see the cables in the spaghetti as worthy of being untangled, or be able to calculate deep enough to get through the tangling. So let's take a look at it, shall we? I'll take a look at it with you. I'm already sort of in this process, but let's talk about it. I haven't done a Kickstarter. I'd like to do one. That would be my get out of jail free card if I can't find funding another way. Is just kickstart it. But just kickstart it is like, it doesn't work that way. I think you really need to take that stuff seriously. I don't think we would get necessarily, it would be so hard to get what we need from Kickstarter. And I, as the product owner, would need to be so confident in the materials, in the video, in how I do it. Like, I would need to be fully confident in myself, in the game, to make the promises that I would need to make for the Kickstarter to do well. Which I don't know if I trust myself to make those promises that like emphatically enough. I've actually, hey Bannon, I've met Forrest from Outer Sloth. I met him in person last year in October at Play Now in Melbourne, and he is a really cool guy. I actually, we really vibed. Like I really resonated with his way of thinking about things because he's a dev. That was the conversation that felt the least like a publisher conversation. Maybe I think there was like it was tough for me because when we chatted, it was like the last meeting of the day, and they were kind of ushering us out of the room, and we were chatting, and someone pulled him away for a photo, and then he didn't check back in with me, and I think what we left on was like, he was like, "Do you really need the money?" Because I think the Outer Sloth like bid was like, the way they like to do it is like 50-50, I think. And I was like, that's pretty steep. And he's like, and also it was, I think, smaller than what I was looking for, maybe. I can't remember if the figures were a little not as big. He totally got the game, totally understood what I was making. And then at the end, he's like, yeah, do you really need the money? Like, it seems like... And I think at the time, maybe I was a little in like the mental headspace of like, yeah, like I could do it myself kind of thing. Or like, yeah, we don't, like, we've got this YouTube following and yeah. Yeah, I think, I wouldn't say the door is shut on the Outer Sloth conversations. I just, I mean, maybe 50-50 is totally fine. Maybe that's totally accurate. I think I need to like, I need to be so careful with evaluating this stuff. Yeah, I need to be really careful because I kind of, you know, with any of this kind of stuff, talking about the future, there's a lot of like, you put on a mask of like, or like a hat of like the person who you would need to be in order to take advantage of that opportunity. But that doesn't necessarily represent like all of your strategic headspace. So like when talking to publishers, the hat that I put on is like, if I'm going to take advantage of publisher work, like if a publisher is going to be involved, what would my role be? And that's the version that I, you know, put on. Whereas like when I'm talking to like angel investor friends, well, now one of the hats that I have to wear is also the marketing hat because that's not what they would be doing. So I also think like the game itself like has different, the game could grow or shrink depending on the support it gets. So like, am I talking about the version of Insignia that has like an animated anime intro and a custom, you know, Porter Robinson song written for it and like animated cutscenes between all the chapters? Or is it the version that's like a big version of a solo indie game where I just have the team that I have right now and we, you know, we just like do it? And yeah. So, you know, there's a version, I've scoped up a version that would take like 15 people to release it with like, you know, multi-platform, day one release on different regions, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's even, I've had people say like, oh, would you consider like getting voice acting done? And it's like, dude, that's like such a there's a version, you know, that like takes advantage of all of that extra stuff and uses it to make more money. But you have to get the funding to do that. And then there's a version that's just like, let's just like finish this thing and like, you know. Well, it was a conversation around like second screen content. Like if a game has voice acting, then somebody watching a streamer play it doesn't have to be paying attention to what's on the screen because that person watching the streamer is on their phone. You know what I mean? It's like that level of consideration. And different platforms have different, like some partners might want to take advantage of that, that kind of thing. So anyway, hey Klalos, this is my game Insignia. So we were talking about you get that effect from sound effects largely, obviously not the story, but the general feel for the game, right? But this would be like specifically dialogue, like listening to the dialogue passively as a way of consuming the game without playing it. That could be worth something to some publishers. This is 9 years in development. Okay, so I'm going to stay on track. I'm not going to go into focus mode, but I'm going to ask that we stay on topic for a second. Also, somebody asked if they could, this was a long time ago. I'm really sorry, Paxman, if you're still here, we could review your game. Can we do it a little bit later in the day though? Are you still going to be here in like an hour? Maybe 2 hours? I'd be very happy to review your game. If you're still here. I'm really sorry I didn't answer that earlier. So, here's my... Okay, cool. So here's my current workflow for putting a quest together. Okay, so first there's a script. We're just going to sanity check this. First there's a script, which includes like dialogue. And also obviously like scenes where the dialogue will take place. So it's like, I need the scene, I need the Unity scene just to exist, and the dialogue, right? The dialogue becomes I should do this in FigJam. It'd be better, hang on. Oh, that's pretty big. So the dialogue becomes a sequence, an event sequence, which spawns a flag object and usually a timeline. Like additionally, an event sequence has a flag and a timeline, and then that goes into scene, which then means I have to place a sequence instance, which then creates like a camera, the NPCs, and what I call the marks for where people stand and where they move and that kind of thing. Also, I need an interactable to begin the sequence. This is for one, this isn't for a quest, this is for like literally one cutscene or one sequence. And that has to get done times the amount of things that happen in the game. A mobile game, I'm not sure I can review that, but we'll see. It might be hard to even play it on stream if it's a mobile game. So like a quest might have, you know, it might have like 5 sequences potentially, plus logic, You know, it could be like custom items that need to get created. So it's like, I mean, it's like X sequences, or N, call it N sequences, plus items maybe, and could be also like character animations. And what's really annoying here is scene states. Also like setting, like so this could happen, this could be this like times 5. What the heck? So it could be this, 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 this for one quest, which I don't think I can shrink any of this stuff. Like, I think that's just what it is, you know? Maybe my game's trying to do too much. It's too deep in how it thinks about these things. But like, for example, let me show you. So here's a scene. This is a scene where these cats, they're travelers. They, at the start of the chapter, they are, so you enter the scene for the first time and there's a cutscene where they talk about how they're stuck or like lost. They're basically trying to figure out how to get to the town that you're trying to get to. And when you walk in for the first time, they don't want to talk to you. So that's like state 1. Okay, so like the cart is broken, even before that. Armin meets the Hithen for the first time passing by at the start of the chapter. So that's like one state. Okay. And the game needs to be able to react that way the first time. Then, so they don't want to talk to you, they'll whisper amongst themselves, don't talk to him, he's an outsider. Okay, the second time you come back, well, later on in the game, you're at the blacksmith's workshop, and one of them comes in and says, we've lost, one of our cart wheels is broken. Can you please come out and help us fix it? Because we can't get into town and perform for the festival until that's been fixed. So that's a quest. So now the second time you craft the cart wheel, you get here. Now they're in a second state, which is the cart's crashed and this pathway's opened up because of all the commotion, and there's different dialogue, obviously, because there's different characters in different positions here, and they need to be able to move the story forward. So then there's like this sub tree of things in the scene that only are there because you're at the part 2 of the quest. Then, because the side quest is actually part of the main quest that takes you through one of these teleporters and gives you a new ability, when you finish with the ability and come back, it's changed a third time. So now, like, they've been the cart is fixed, but one of them was kidnapped by these band of villains or whatever, and that's a separate quest that then you can go on if you want. So all of that stuff, like, what are the alternatives for how I would do that? Well, I could just not have them be here at first and only appear later. I could have the scene only be possible to enter. So rather than the scene changing state, I have like a door you can't get through, and then just like put all of this quest stuff inside of the scene. So like it's like a box where all the scene stuff happens that happens to be possible to walk through because of whatever reasons later. So either the place can transform, or we make a different place where the stuff happens. Either way, if I'm setting up one of these cutscenes, like the one I just showed you, this is what it looks like. So level 1 state, or one level state, first pass through. So I have this condition that toggles it, all the child contents, if I want this to happen or not. In this case, I do want it to happen, so that should be green. Okay. And then I've got a trigger. Obviously, this is the cutscene for that intro cutscene. This is the trigger box to fire it. I've got this thing, which automates the population of this timeline. I've got this thing, which plays it back. I've showed you the collider. It needs a director because that's what this is. This is a timeline. And then inside of that, I've got like the characters in the scene. I've got the camera, which goes from point A to point B. It pans across, that kind of stuff. And I've got this thing, which is the dialogue written down. So this is the asset that generates all of this stuff. I don't think I can make that any smaller. But I also can't. I mean, what I could do is not put the camera stuff in at first. Like I could test this with a lower 5 version. Just have the camera cut to them or whatever. But at a certain point, if there's a camera at all, I mean, it's not that much harder to put a transition on it. So I feel like I might as well do it right the first time, at least for the camera movements. But I could have avoided the whole asset altogether. I could have just made them talk when you walk up to them. Maybe I don't even put this trigger box here at first. I just have them be standing there. So the what we're talking about now is like, is this a question of, so options here, options for streamlining gray boxing are something like this. And I'll just check. Okay. All good. All good. So the options are make what I'm doing take less time, or validate with less stuff. Validate at lower fidelity. Yo, Bannon, if you're still here, you're a director. What do you experience when you do this stuff? Do you have any insights on this process? I don't know if you've ever made a game with this much like dialogue and story, but like at what point, so gosh, I mean, you've probably been hearing all of what I'm saying. If I show you, like, for example, this is my like game that I am making, right? So this is the game. All these locations, lots of places you go to, quest stuff that happens, blah, 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 blah. Very iconoclasts, you know, Our Boy, as you know. And I have like this validated as a vertical slice. But before we go into like full production, like my sense is that I'm gonna need, in order to make this, the rest of this happen in like under 2 years, I'd like to hire more people, contract them on whatever, to help me just produce the rest of it. But I don't think that what I've written down in terms of like plan is solid enough to just delegate all the work. Because my sense is that it needs to be playable in some sense all the way to the credits before I involve like big money. Because if I can't play test it to credits, I don't know what about this plan might have to change, and I don't want to change the plan. I don't want to have to be pulling out the tracks and replacing them while the train is in motion. That feels like lunacy to me. So in the meantime, I'm trying to do this horizontal slice. There's like the vertical slice and the horizontal slice, and the horizontal is like just get the game in some fashion where something exists to the credits. But is that overkill? Like, should I just wing it? Am I going to be laying down? Yeah, I'll read. Sweet. Okay, you're just like me then. Cool. Yeah, that looks a lot like what I can show as well. Sweet. So this is Bannon's what Bannon has worked on in the past. Yeah. So for me, like this is my whole game basically. And this, what you're looking at here, is the logic flow for this chapter 2. So there would be one of these for each of those. So my question is, when you did this, when was this asset created, and how faithfully was it stuck to throughout production? Was this created during production, before production? Did you have like the data flow and all the logic like locked in? And I guess the other question is, how much of the game being fun was dependent on this being right? Also, can I say which game this is? I think I know what it is, but can I say so? Oh yeah, right. This is for River City Girls, right? Cool. Sorry, I missed that message. So River City Girls, as far as I understand it, it's like a spin-off of like River City Rampage. It's a beat 'em up game. And Bannon, what was your official title on the project? River City Ransom. Sorry, I don't. Ransom is the first game. Is Rampage is like a sequel or another spin-off? Or is Rampage not a game? Am I just making that up? River City Rampage. It is a game. River City Ransom. Oh, there was one. But Ransom is the first one. River City franchise. Forgive me for not being as learned as I should be about this. Wow, this is crazy. Whoa, how many games are in this franchise? Holy shit. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know your game. I didn't know Ball. Holy moly. List of games. All right, I guess I am just like totally under a rock on that one. Okay, so my questions before, I guess what's like, that's a reasonably dense map. I mean, it's about like 80%, I think, the size of mine. If these are all different scenes in the game, places like levels, it's similar scope. So I would say like this could be chapter 1 here. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Chapter 1 is one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Okay, it's 40 almost. So it's about maybe half the size. So then you would be, I mean, same problems. So my question is, this document, okay, did people work against this, like from it? Like, was this like someone's job to make this happen in the game by like threading together a bunch of like logic flags? Like, zoom in on the bigger one. I can't actually get. Let me see if I can. I don't think it lets me. Like, the resolution's not high enough. Or you mean? Sorry. You mean this one? Cool. School rooftop. School rooftop. Finish screen unlocks like travel. Portrait dialogue to reward. This is a bit more granular. Pardon me, this is more granular. Right. So then given this, right? To what extent did was this up for scope change? Like, did a version of this get created and then you play it and then you go, actually that doesn't work? Or was the game sort of set in stone by the time this was created? And if so, if it was set in stone, was this just like from just because you decided it should be that way? Like, how was it validated before it was created? That's a lot of questions. Scope changed constantly. Had to add in levels and take out levels because of the multiple paths people could take. Had a general idea. Okay. It sounds like then what I'm experiencing is like similar. It's just like maybe it takes. Yeah. I think maybe I'm just dealing with a version of like, if I may, just with an analogy here. Let's just say there's like a car. I don't know what cars look like. What is a car? Okay, that's a car. Okay. If you have like 5 people pushing the car is an analogy I just made up for like when something is probably not the way you wanted it to be, but let's just force it because we don't have a workflow for this, but like it needs to be done, so let's just do it. If you have like 5 people pushing the car, you figure it out, right? Like it's not, we didn't have enough fuel, but we only need to go like to the finish line, which is here, so we'll just push the car. Then, and I think a lot of productions probably do that. From my brother's experience with Hollywood, every movie, they push the car to the end. And there's enough people that you can do that. You have enough money and budget that you just go, let's just chuck resources to make this thing editable. And what I think I'm experiencing is like, I have a train, not a car. And I'm the only one pushing it. So it's like, it's the same thing, but it's way less feasible to do it this way than this way, just because of the scales of this versus this. The ratio of person to work is just way off on this project because I'm just one guy and I can't, the game genre being like Metroidvania-y has way more, there's way more bulk that gets created relative to like the gameplay. Like in a beat 'em up, maybe because the sections are more linear. I don't know how you would describe it, but I imagine it's probably not as complex as say like, I don't know, a much more complicated, a game where it's more puzzling. I guess, where the world is part of a puzzle. It's probably not as deep. So my options here are like, just become the Hulk and like be some like superhuman, jacked thing that can do this, or take some cars off the train so I'm not pushing. I need to go back. Hang on. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter what the industry standard is or what other people do. It's just like what I can get away with. So like I do, whoop, that's the wrong person. You get to do that. Sorry. And you get less. So I'm not pushing all this. I'm just pushing like this with a little help from my friends kind of thing, you know? Like that's okay. Again, if Insignia is just this, you could do it. Right. Well, then maybe you do know more about what I'm feeling then. If River City Girls had that problem, because that's what's happened to me basically. Like I made a version of the game in 2018 that was like a straight line, super simple. It was just like, oh, you just run left to right and then the story happens as you're going. And at some point, I think it was like the design decision that made it become more of a Metroidvania was cumulative and over time. But one of the things was like, because I'm putting all of this energy into these art assets, right? Like all these beautiful places that all this art and these character designs, you should have to experience them more than once so that you get more value out of them. There's like a bigger playtime relative to like the assets. So the asset volume to playtime, you know, you can't just do this stuff once and just leave it. But making the game make sense in such a way that you have to backtrack so many times and making that like a valuable thing takes the complexity so high up. And I think that puts the game at jeopardy of being fun, even if it's got a much longer playtime. Jeopardy of being not fun. So I'm learning this stuff. Like I didn't know any of this when I was starting. So yeah, options are I get really good at making it, or I do this, or the third version is like, the third version is hope that the terrain starts going downhill. That's the third version, which is a gamble. Yes. Yeah. I think like, and we're just in a time in like the world right now where like risk is just really tough to deal with, you know? If everyone was like safe and happy, if I didn't have to like worry about this being a financial success, I would just make what I wanted to make. But now that I'm in the director's seat and the producer's seat and the business director's seat, it's like, shit, you know? Even if I love my pixel art and other people like it, or even if the game's really well, the mechanics really work, or is a really interesting puzzle mechanic or whatever, even if all the parts work, if the product is not a viable business, if the production is not a viable business, then it doesn't matter if the rest of that stuff's good. Like production as a thing is so important. I've seen it with movies too. I mean, like, I've heard stories. My brother is like, oh, this movie was going to be so good before the studio made them cut this and this and this, and before they couldn't shoot this or that because of the scheduling issues with this actor, and then they had to da 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 da, and now the movie's crap. But like, the script was great. You know, I hear that a lot. So, why does Insignia must become a financial success? For me, I would like it to, basically, because success, I guess, just means like I get to make another game. I don't have like a free ride in life, you know. I would like it to put me in a position where I'm more comfortable. Yeah. I know I'm making other games, but it's sort of like it's like it puts a strain on me to have this 9-year project. If Insignia was already out, I could approach the museum one with more energy, or the Smash Brothers one with more energy. But because I've got this like unrealized IP value on my back, it's like, what are you going to do, Adam? Cancel it? Like, it has to release. So what's the best shape, the smallest shape it can release in that's worth the time that I put into it? That, again, it's a business thing. What if you worked on the game backwards to make sure you have the end you want? Oh, that's super important too, yeah. Luckily, I mean, like, look, the chapters are chapters for a reason. I've thought about rewriting parts. I've thought about cutting chapter 4. The problem is that chapter 1 is so obviously the shape that the game wants to be in. Like, chapter 1 is such a clear, like, if you make 5 of these, it's good. I can't make the chapter 2 be half of chapter 1, or chapter 4 be, you know, I can't just like change what the experience is after getting it right, because I think it'll just disappoint players. So I think it's more like looking at this. What am I doing here? Let's have a think. Looking at the what I just showed you guys with the quest, like, okay, does it matter if I get this quest right? If I get this quest right, even if I make this take less time, what's more important to me? Editing power or production speed? If I make stuff successfully, I can throw it out. It becomes more disposable. That's good. More expendable. Because it means I can make lots of things. Yeah. Hey, Taralis. Yeah, you get it. I spend so much energy on this. And I think, man, this is so tough to say out loud, but like, if it's hurting me to make this, even if it's good, it won't be right. Like, even if I do what I set out to do, if doing this sucks, like, maybe I don't like game dev. You know what I mean? Like, this part of game dev. Like, maybe I don't like making stories that are this complex. The hard part is, like, I actually think, like, I can see the story in my brain when I look at, like, this map. It sucks because, like, that's it. That's Insignia. Like, it's done. I know what every scene looks like. I could like describe it to you as like as if it was a movie. Starting now. Open. It's a stormy ocean view at night. Lightning flashes overhead. I could tell you the whole of Insignia in the next 2 hours. So I know what it is, but like making it exist is just, it can be a real slog. And it's not even that this is bad to do or hurts me to do. Like, plugging it in is fine. It's the risk associated with what it's going to feel like if I have to throw out all that work. The throwing out work that I worked that was boring is like, it hurts so much. Or making someone do a task, like if I have like $15,000 to spend on an animation for a chapter, like all the NPCs, 15K, and like I don't have 20 for animation, and we spend 15, and then 30% of the animation that gets done doesn't get used. It's like, that's half of what I need, you know, because we only used half, we only used 2/3, and we spent 15, but we needed 20, you know? So like, if I can't add contingency or even scope contingency correctly, this is project jeopardizing stuff. I hope to put a producer on the team, but right now the workflow is not fast enough to have a producer. I also don't have the funding for one. So, yeah, really sorry if I have, like, I know sometimes me doing this on stream feels like procrastinating, but it's like if you're at like a fork in a road, it's like you've come this far and you need to spend like 3 years doing one of these things. You probably should spend a little bit of time sitting here, or like revisit often, you know, because you got to, it's a long road to the finish line either way. So anything that I can do to like pivot into something that's more efficient, that doesn't, is also an energy saving exercise. I agree, Zaranak. It's just like, I guess right now I'm contemplating whether or not even the horizontal version, if I just do it today, it needs to be so lightweight. It needs to be like the smallest possible horizontal version. And maybe there's an aspect to which if a prototype is too thin, it doesn't validate anything. That also is important for me to be conscious of. If I just put a bunch of scenes in, if I just spend 2 months going add scene, 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 add dialogue, that's not the same as someone playing the game. So it doesn't necessarily mean I can then greenlight all the animation for all that stuff without it being as risky as if we just did it anyway. So there's probably a line above which, a threshold above which, if we can gray box to this level, we reduce risk by this much, and that's good enough to go into production without it jeopardizing the project. And my concern is that might take me like question mark amount of time to get to that point. Like, is it I have to produce every enemy type, every puzzle myself? Is it, I mean, we already did this exercise a couple of weeks ago, and we ended up with something that looked like this timeline that I created, where I was like, well, I think I can get away with just producing this stuff, which is not that helpful of an exercise, I think. And it's because of this stuff that we're talking about now with Bannon. It's because you don't, even if you say, yes, we will do X, Y, Z, it takes a long time to instantiate all of that logic. So just saying this is the scene where this dialogue will happen is not the same as being able to sit down with a controller and have the game logic box you into going to the places you need to go by virtue of, you know, I call it the continuity or the causality of the game. Like, you need to get this item so that you can talk to this NPC and give them that so that this cutscene can play, so that is like a linear, the main quest path is probably going to be always time consuming to put in place. And I mean, thankfully, yeah, exactly. That's a good way to think about it. The furniture in the store. Thankfully, like I actually do feel like chapters 3, 4, and 5 are pretty much on rails. Like I'm actually, I know this is the case, that it's just chapter 2 that's carries on the amount of complexity from chapter 1. It sort of goes like, the size of the game complexity wise is sort of like 1, 2, and then it's like 3, 4, 5. Except 5 could be, I don't know, 5. I was trying to do a Final Fantasy VII Disc 3 thing with 5, where I go back to all the other places and add more layers. That could be a huge cost. Or not. I don't know. I guess the point is we should keep it fluid because we don't know how much time we're going to have left. Story-wise, it's tiny. Story-wise, it's go fight the final boss. In terms of the main plot. Side plot could be add levels, let you go back to different places. I guess that's totally just up to whatever we want. And you know what? I think it's also the least important for the sales of the game because it's end game content. People have already had their fun. They've already played it. If they're going to finish it, they're already going to finish it at that point. No one's going to fall off on this content because it's optional. So yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I do feel like we can wrap it up quickly, but I don't know. I don't want to be naive. I hate being optimistic. I get burned every time. Oh yeah? Bannon's showing us a boss fight that he was pixeling out. This is cool. Yeah, I'm a naturally optimistic person, and I get burned every single time. I make a fool of myself. It's cool. Yeah, that sucks. And it's so often, I don't know if this happens to you. I noticed that, like, one thing that I think that I have made not a mistake, but like it's a constraint that I didn't realize was so important is like, so you want to add cool stuff, right? And the constraint of the cool stuff fitting into a logical framework of the game is actually a sliding scale based on the game's genre. If your game is Undertale, you can put as much absurd, cool stuff as you want in there because nothing matters because it's all just like fun. It's all like making fun of itself. As soon as you try to go into a more serious, dramatic route, it's like you can't just have this dumb thing happen. You need to motivate it by something else in the story so that by the time this is happening, it feels like it's earned and makes sense. And that constraint is almost worthless to players because it's invisible until they feel it, in which case it's bad. If you can feel that something doesn't make sense, it isn't earned, it's like you can only lose making a game that's serious, you know? Whereas if you make a game that's silly, you could just do whatever you want and there's no like, okay, they get into a spaceship and they shoot the guy. It's like, okay, that's just what happens, you know? So like maybe this was hard to do because like, how do you explain where they get the ships from? But like, if it's more lighthearted, you might not need to worry about that. You could just like, you could have this be like, I mean, they do it in like Scott Pilgrim, right? Scott Pilgrim, the movie, is full of moments that just sort of happen in a memey way, you know? It's like either it didn't happen or it did happen and it's absurd and no one mentions it. Like the fact that like people burst into coins. Like Scott kills the, what are they called? Karianaki twins or something? The twins, or like all of them, all the exes, he kills them and they burst into coins and they die. And he picks up the coins. And it's like, well, in real life, that would be horrific and people would be mourning and they'd be like, it'd be on the news. But like in this world, it just sort of happens. And even when someone says he burst into coins, the emotional resonance of that or the consequence of that is like, it lasts like, 5 seconds as a joke. And then we move on. Insignia, I don't get to do that. That would be like it's this, but the train is made of inflatable, like an inflatable balloon animal. That would be that's the comedy equivalent of this problem. You punched the highlights out of her hair. Exactly. So I love that movie so much. It's such a millennial movie. I feel like nobody would enjoy it today. I feel like it would probably be so cringe today, but I like it, obviously. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you, Zoranek. All right, we're going to go into focus mode. I don't know what I'm focusing on. We're in discussion, so I guess I'll just keep focusing on the discussion. All right, so... Do I just go for it? Katiyanagi twins, I'm sure that's what it was. I think what it is that this has to be lighter. I need to draw a little diagram so my brain can follow what I'm talking about. So it's like, in fact, I actually have these written out. Here. I think it's like, maybe it's like this thing, like this is not enough, that's not enough, that is too much, but at least this. So what about dialogue? Well, it would be the same thing, right? Like the dialogue is designed in the story. It's got to be like the version of like it's got to be like a table read. That's the like idea here. So like, what is the table read version of this? I think I've got it. I'm already doing it in the latter part of the chapter. Like from here at here. This might be what I want. Not this one. I think it's like, it's not chapter 2 complete, is it? Oh, that's not supposed to work. Here? I need a chapter 2 pre-boss fight. What was it? Was it this one? This is combat unlocked. That's not right. This one is also combat unlocked. Okay, what about this one? I think I might have just... Okay, I'll do it this way. Yeah, so like, that's the boss fight. Yeah, but this doesn't work because this is supposed to not play. Sorry, pals. Oh, I see. Okay, I need to make a new like save file basically from this point, I guess. So like Chapter 2 pre-boss fight. So you've done that, 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 done that. Done that, done that, done that, done that, done that, done that, done that. Even done that. Okay, and then I don't know about any of these. I think it's okay. I'll just save it like this and then go into chapter 2 pre-boss fight and then play it out and see if that gets us where we need to go. Do I have a sword? I don't have a sword. Okay, now I have a sword. So we go over here, we fight this guy. It's the big boss. Hey, we beat the boss. And then we come here. And then... Yeah, so like... There would be, for example, a cutscene here. Do I put the cutscene in? Is that grey boxing it? Like this cutscene. I'm kind of happy with this one. But maybe this was too much, like having him look around and do the dialogue and all that kind of stuff. You need the other NPC here. Maybe he could have been a grey box. The background's pretty loose. Like that's, can't be simpler than that. I think that's acceptable. At this level. I didn't add that to the build. Oh, it's not even connected. And now it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like what we need then, I think I get it. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I need to think about what is the least amount of thing I need to make this quest do its job. What is the least amount? I mean, I know I think I just need to do that better, like even better than I'm doing it. I mean, obviously that's the goal, but like even more than that. Like maybe even this structure, this conditional objects structure is like, no, that's necessary, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's already like that. It's already pretty, like for example, this cutscene here, that's just like an idle pose from something I already created ages ago, and that's just like another NPC. So that, as long as I know what I'm looking at, I think that's okay. But like, this is the thing that's really important. This Netty NPC, it being crappy, as long as it being crappy can be advanced to it being good rather than having to be undone. Do you know what I mean? Like, it can't be that you arrived at a prototype, or maybe it can, but the cost of a prototype, if the prototype is this and then you can go forward to the polish, then the cost of the prototype is 0 because you were going to do that anyway to do the polish. But if the cost of a prototype is a completely different piece of work, then you actually have to spend time producing the prototype, so that's +1, and then +1 because you have to undo the work, and then you have to plus another 1 because you have to redo that work as the proper way. So what could have cost you 0 now costs you 3. That's the thing that I get hyper anxious about, because you're not just finishing the work that you started, you're having to redo different work and clear out the old work. It's like renovating a kitchen when, like, it's like architecting a house versus building a house as a prototype house in the same plot of land you were going to build the real house. It's like now you need to tear down the house that was the prototype house because you built it out of crappy materials to build it quickly. Like, it's actually the same as doing the job twice rather than half doing it. This is something that scares me a lot. So like this stuff here, as I'm building it, it's like, this prototype, I mean, it is in the game. It's in the level. So then if I'm going to replace this, if this is bad, this work for some reason, even if I approve it, if it's built in a way that's not extensible, I still need to throw it out and rebuild it the proper way. So the hope is that the proper way is just an extension of the prototype. That way you don't have to throw anything out. And I might be getting caught in that distinction right now. So the lesson I need to carry forward to give me the confidence is something like, even this right now, even when I'm looking at this, seeing all three, these are conditions, right? These are 3 different parts of the game visibly stacked in the same spot because they take place in the same spot. For workflow purposes, toggling them off makes them easier to look at. But by that same token, if it can't be in the game that way, then I've got a problem. Or like this blue thing, like this is garish. It doesn't look good. It's distracting me. So it's kind of like more trouble than it's worth for it to be there. I might as well just take it away so that I can look at it properly. Because it's not really valuable to me in this exercise of prototyping. So is there a way, like, do I just accept that I have to toggle these off? Yeah. Now, why didn't that play? That's why. Okay. So the other thing I was trying to do was speed up the time it takes for me to navigate the prototype. So I was testing this system. Met Gallier. Did I not? I think I solved this problem, and I think I'm gonna struggle because I think I guess not. Okay, I thought I had already solved this. What I don't have in the game is a quest viewer. Yo, Bannon, if you're still there, did you have like a... I mean, you probably didn't have something as fancy as I have forced myself to try to create. Like, did you just have like an in-game thing to press a button to like set conditions to true so that you didn't have to play test the whole thing? I'm thinking of having like an interface that I can create that at runtime lets me satisfy conditions. So like this thing, I want to be able to at runtime go, okay, and now I want to have already done this other thing. So click, click, click. Those are done. Now this should play. Or it would be me going set blah, blah, blah to true, set blah, blah, blah. Or I could do those little save files and load save files. It probably would, yeah. Yeah. There's just like a set of intuitions as a designer that you know, we were talking about like programming paradigms that like change your brain chemistry. Sometimes I wonder if like there are obvious ideas that I don't take advantage of that would make this just way faster. Just like a 10x the speed. Like maybe I really do need like, just for today, to create like a temp save file folder, or I make like 5 save files for the quest. And just go, okay, save file 1, load it, save file 2, load it, 3, load it, 4, load it, done. And then just delete them later, like who cares? Like, I worry for no reason about all of these save files being too many. Like, who cares? Hey, Lathe. So let's do that. Poor performers. Test saves. So like... chapter 2 start would be the first one. Just paste that there. And then one save file where I do like... Or maybe even just for chapter 2, have like key ones. It doesn't matter. So, and the reason why is because there's continuity that's not part of the quest, but it's part of the things that you need to do in order to complete the quest. You know, like you can't do this unless you talk to this guy, but I'm not checking to see if you've talked to him because it's not dependent on whether you've talked to him. One of the steps is, you know, forged wheel. So like, it's like poor performers 01. This is 03. And then give wheel to Charlie. Well, what's the condition? That's the question. Meet Charlie. Weird. I think I need like a... I know what I want here, like a tool-wise. And I don't think I don't know if I can build it. It's like, it's this, but I want it like this. I want to be able to determine a bunch of... So like, here is the quest. Here are a bunch of things in the game. And these progressively make a save file. So I can, they're like just checkboxes. So I can like, or like a slider. So I take the slider and I drag it along. And as I drag the slider along to like here, it adds all of these things to the save file. Hey, Bit by Bit James. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. That would be so helpful for me right now to be able to test this stuff. Just to like say, okay, you've done this, move. And then just like be able to flick back and forth. And then to store it, to like save it. So I can unit test the game, the stuff. You know, it's like, oh, this, you don't have this. Therefore, this ball is actually here. Thank you. Corrigo says, slightly off topic, but any advice for generalist game artists? At my last indie studio, I did everything: game design, 2D art, Unity VFX, and Spine. Now I'm unemployed. I feel generalists can't compete with specialists. I'm trying to find my niche or what I enjoy, but nothing feels right yet. Oh, that's a lot of presupposition though. Like, what if you want to be, I think like you said, if you're working in the indie space, it's important that you are a generalist. If you want to work in a bigger studio, it's up to you to determine what feels right. I can't tell you that. Yeah, it also depends on where you live in the world and what you're prepared to get paid. And there's a lot of navigation there that I don't know if anyone can tell you how to do that but you. Obviously have a good portfolio, work on your own stuff on the side, and make sure that you are putting your best effort into those things so that you can show them off. You know, be on social media, post on Instagram, cool stuff that you make. Opportunities will come that way. All right, so yeah, this timeline thing would be really valuable. Maybe as a part of causality. It's just that like I would need like a file, like a yeah. Because what I'm doing here is I'm defining like a save file with what this is right now. I've got is a folder of save files. So it's like save file 1, you know, save file 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But if I want to change this, something here, I have to set it up so that all of the save files now independently have this new addition. Or if I add a step in the middle, I have to remove. Let's say I add something here. I have to take it away from all of these and add it to all of these. Whereas if it was progressive, if it was like a list of save flags, which it kind of is right now as a quest, but maybe the quest is not, maybe it's a data structure question. Maybe the quest, which is a series of flags, needs to be more explicitly defined. Right now, the quest is really like the first thing and the last thing. It doesn't really have a lot of stuff in between. But I could fill it. Maybe we do that. Maybe we say, okay, sure, like meet Charlie. But then the hard part is like I would need a flag for. I can't do like, it's almost like a set of conditions. Not a series of flags. And conditions are serializable, so that's good. Oh, fuck. Do I have to like change my whole game? Okay. Yeah. That would actually save me a little bit of energy in the long term. So instead of flags, it's conditions. Anyway. So, this. So we go, okay, game start. We see the cutscene. Okay, second one, cutscene should already have played. Yep. And they shouldn't be here. Perfect. Third one. We've met Charlie, but we haven't... Well, should they be here if you've met Charlie? They should be here. Yeah. They should be here. Wait, but that's what this is, right? Meet Charlie flag. But then now I have to make sure that this one also has Meet Charlie flag. Good enough. Okay, so we've met Charlie. They're still here. Okay. I have a thought. Should these be visible? Should there be some sort of like thing that I do to make these red or green? Depending on if they're true or false. I have to click through them right now. Even this, like, it doesn't really tell me what I'm looking at. I think the context getting lost all the time it's actually annoying. So, okay, here's the problem. Here's the question. The name of these files, of these game objects, I think I'm serializing it to determine things like where things are checked. So this thing says, oh, you're checking this flag. And this thing knows that that's happening here because of the name of this thing. So you can see here, meet Charlie flagged is checked by Hithen crashed, which is this one. If this was called something else, this would have to change, which I don't want it to. So maybe I have to do something like what I'm doing. I don't know, like I'd love some sort of like runtime widget that like made the background green or something. Let's ask GPT. Yeah, I know something like this exists. I just don't want to spend $35 on it. And it's runtime changes that I want to make. It's cool stuff though. Maybe they should have icons. Did I say runtime? Yeah, editor only. It might slow the editor down quite a lot. Because I got to do a get component every single frame. for every single, I'm doing a get component for every thing in the hierarchy, every single editor frame. Actually, it might not be doing that every time. We'll see. Okay. obj is game object. So if obj get component condition behavior is not null, whoa, it actually works. That's amazing. Can I instead just like change the color of the text? It might not have to, it might not be able to go here. Whoa, that's actually amazing. That's exactly what I want. Perfect. Good thinking. Oh my gosh, that's actually so valuable. Look at that. That's a good step. All right. Okay, so why is like forged wheel then? Oh, we haven't met Gallia and forged wheel. Yeah, see, this is why I would change this to that line dragging thing I was talking about. Because like, it's actually not relevant. I shouldn't have to reassign this every single time for every single save file. Because I like forgot to check one of the boxes for one of the latest save files that's earlier, which meant it was reverting back to the early state. So okay, now it's correct. And then because this is forged wheel, it does need to be the crashed version, but I want the wheel in the spawn wheel. Oh, we got one. What? Right. Hey, Cucumber Mahitu. Who am I? What do I do? Hey, my name's Adam C. Eunice. I am a YouTuber and streamer. I make games and I have a big channel on YouTube where I showcase pixel art related content. I do tutorials, game related content like pitching, game development. I've got 300,000 subscribers, so 300,000 other people follow me. That's a good reason. And I'm working on this really big kind of Metroidvania style project called Insignia, which I've been working on stream since 2018. And it's genuinely, I think, one of the cooler projects that are being made on Twitch and has been being made on Twitch for about as long as any other project. I do all of it on stream. So everything you see here was made by me. And yeah, everyone watching here watched me make it. We also, when will it be released? In the next, who knows? I don't have a release date, but I am working on it. We need some funding still before I can like get on with like major production. This first chapter out of 5 is complete, but there's like 4 other chapters that we're working through that require quite a bit of energy and resources, some extra funding. So we're kind of between funding rounds right now. Hey, Wendy Oberlin, thank you so much. Oberlin, Wendy Oberlin, thank you so much for the 10. Hey, only a developer. Thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. 5 gifted subs from only a developer. Thanks, buddy. So, we're in chapter 2 at the moment, and we're working on grey boxing out some stuff. Yeah, I'm also working on a fighting game that I started like a week ago that you can play one-handed with a beer in the other hand. You play it with just the analog stick. I had people play test it on Tuesday and they really liked it. So I'm very happy about it. Okay. So in this version, you're ready to go. You can walk up to here. I think this causality window could be better framed. What about left-handed people? Well, you can just drink your beer in your right hand. What are your thoughts on AI coding like Claude? Do you think languages will be machine code, meaning most programmers don't worry about machine code because it doesn't work well? I know what you're saying. I think the difference between machine code and Claude is that machine code can't be wrong. Like the machine code that a compiler spits out is not like vibes. It's like a literal translation. Like when Unity compiles C# into C++ to run the game, it doesn't like maybe screw it up. It just like does it. The translation layer is one-to-one. But if something goes wrong with your vibe coded future system and you can't read that code, you're still responsible for it. So what do? You just ask nicely for it to fix it, you know? That's my concern. I think like there's too much riding on, like the whole world runs on code. So like if nobody knows how to read it and AI is prone to making massive mistakes, which it does, are we just doomed at that point? That seems pretty bad. I think it's likely that there will be more code written by bots and more code that people don't understand. But I don't think that's a good situation. I think that's like pretty scary. Yeah, no, it's not even about languages. Hey, Midian. It's something like that, yeah, 640 by 360. It's actually 1080p, but yeah, the art is drawn for 640. Yeah, the problem is it's actually not the code, it's the complexity. It's architecture, not language. So reading code is, it's all right. It's not hard to do. You can learn how to do it in like a year. But like understanding what it's saying, comprehension is much deeper. And so even if it's English, and people have trouble reading English as it is. If I spit out like a 700-page novel for you to read, and that's what my system is, it's going to be hard for you to grasp that as quickly as it can be written by a computer. I mean, like a computer can just spit out a bunch of code that you still have to read it, you know? The problem is that it's so easy to make. So it doesn't help just to make it English. I don't know the answer. My gut sense, and maybe it's copium, is that like you'll always need a senior engineer. You'll always need someone smart enough. But it's not that they won't get smarter. It's that there's like an inherent property of them to do stuff that is just not what you asked it to, or it doesn't know what right is. It doesn't actually know what it means to do something without making a mistake. It only knows how to guess at what you might want to the best of its ability. There was a AI a couple of weeks ago where someone's entire database, it's like a company was like running I don't know. They were running Claude to do something, and it just deleted the whole DB. And they were like, you deleted the whole database. And it's like, oh yeah, I did. And you also told me not to in the system prompt, and I ignored it. Sorry. And it's like, what? What? How can you can't build a company, even if there's like a 0.05% chance or 0.02% chance that like the computer might decide to delete itself. You're on the hook for that. You know, that's weird. It's just weird. It's not something we've ever done before. It's like, maybe your company CEO might be a psychopath who will like line the entire building with bombs one day. If humans were that volatile, like we just wouldn't have a society. You know? No, but like some of those things are not a question of... My concern, Fireplace, is actually that the kinds of errors that those are not errors that you can solve by adding parameters to an LLM. Like it's not capable of reasoning that way. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels like there are just certain things where like it doesn't have comprehension. You know? It doesn't actually know what the world is. It doesn't know what practical means. Like you can talk about, there was this thing someone was saying, someone did a test where they were like, it was like, there's like a gas station and, oh, like, here's my car. I live 100 meters from the gas station. What's the fastest way to get there? And they were like, you should walk. It was something like that. Or the car, was it the car wash? I need to get to, it's the car wash. Yeah, not a gas station, because you could bring the gas back. But it's like, yeah, I want to walk to the car wash. Yeah, I need to wash my car. And it's like, oh, it's just across the street. You should just walk. It's like the LLM doesn't have any mechanism to go, actually, a car needs to be present at a car wash. Therefore, walking isn't an option. Because it doesn't know what walking is. It doesn't know what cars are. So I don't think that's like maybe if you give it enough context. But like humans have some sort of like humans have a version of comprehension. Like they understand the world in a way that has some sort of modeling going on. We understand physics to a certain degree. We understand like objects, permanence, and causality in a way that I don't know that LLMs can do that. But that stuff's really important. Like the inhibition to, like, for example, not light a fire in my living room because that might burn the house down is like, I know because fire is really dangerous and my house is flammable. But like, because I understand, like I've had like, there's like emotional stuff in there. There's all kinds of like modeling about like the relationship with fire and what it does and what it can do that like would cause me to be very careful in ways that have nothing to do with the linguistic framing of whatever thing we were talking about. Or even just like psychology, you know? I don't know. I shipped a full Survivor game with 35k lines of code, all HTML and JS from start to finish in 5 days, 16 maps, 45 unique bosses, Google login, leaderboards, all the setting menus, etc. Everything without touching a line of code myself. I solved every problem that I couldn't figure out myself, and it showed me problems in my own thinking that would have taken me years to logic through. Great. That's awesome. Okay. I'm going to take a break. I'm so happy with this little thing. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Yo, we're back. Yo, just because it's relevant, check it out.
I tweeted this yesterday. It's gotten over 2,000 likes, and it's about how Claude essentially hacked my permission system on my computer. I was using Claude Code to do some work, and I was asking it to make a few updates. And I tried to make an update. You can see at the very top, it says, cannot edit files outside of directories because I only give it access to those directories. And then it said, update globalcloud.md to strengthen force push rule. And I said, wait, how did you update that file? Because I should have access to be able to update that. And then it came back and said,
am I muted? I shouldn't be muted.
Good catch. The edit tool blocked me from writing outside the workspace, so I used a Python script via bash to modify the file instead. That's sneaky, and I shouldn't have done that to bypass the restriction. So instead of abiding by my permissioning system, it wrote a Python script and then executed it via bash to get around my permissioning system so it can modify the file, essentially hacking the guardrails that I put in place, which it very obviously should not be able to do that. And now I'm like, okay, should I only be running Claude Code in Docker or...
That's scary. That's not right. Sorry. Sorry. Didn't respect your wishes. I just did what I wanted. Okay. All right. Let's keep working. I feel a little bit better having walked through all of this. It might be this. Or maybe it's... Yeah. I want to keep thinking about this thing that I just like devised. And I want to think about how deep it could go. So it was this causality chain thing. This thing here of like, if I run this, right, this is the quest. And it doesn't yet show me if, it doesn't show me where I am in this quest right now by inspecting it. This helps a little bit, but it's almost like I'm serializing. I'm like storing the quest's state inside of the editor, like the inspector, but I probably want it in like a window like this one that's like, I don't know, horizontal, where I see like why it's such a recurring topic. Because most of the people who watch this content are either programmers or want to be software developers, or they're artists and they want to get into game development. And so AI provides a way for people to think about getting into software development conveniently, but they don't know. So it comes up a lot. So yeah, I guess it is a linear sequence of conditions. And in this case, we go 1, 2, 3, and then like these conditions here, I mean, they are, it might not help. It might not help to do it this way. But I still want to be able to set up a flow. I still want to be able to do that. Let's have a look. So what you do is you start with a save file. And then you have flags that get added to at different stages with labels if you want them. And then you have the ability to scrub along this. That seems pretty reasonable, right? Hey, Ban the Dan. It went really well. Yeah, people really liked it. I had so much fun watching people play it. I have like some videos on my phone. I wonder if I have something I can share. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. This is people at the pub playing it. I didn't hold it very well because I was talking while we were doing this. But yeah, this is like a 1v1 after. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about the shaky cam. Found footage of people playing my fighting game. Yeah, it was really good. I was very happy. Lots of like just generally positive feedback and excitement for where I take it next. It was like very popular. I was pretty shocked, but I think that's a testament to how accessible 4-player fighting games are. The idea, the power to just pick up a controller and play with 4 other people immediately makes something way more fun compared to like playing by yourself. Playing by yourself has like all this social pressure if there are people in the room, and you want to be at home in your, thing, and it needs to be good because it needs to entertain you, but like 2 people can entertain each other very quickly. Another person is the best kind of bot to play against. I won't take back my phrasing. All right. So I can build this like insanely quickly, and I will. What's this called? Hierarchy icons. All right, so let's just be aggressive about this. Good question. Good question. Sorry, I muted myself. Okay, Insignia, progress flow. Sorry, Paxman. Okay. So like chapter 2 start. Why does it think it needs to do this? It's like fabricating. I mean, it's not too bad, but okay, let's do this. That's what I want. How is that a toggle? That's not what I expected. How come these aren't? No, I want it to literally be a Boolean. Yeah. That's it. No, not yet. Perfect. That's what I want. Nice. thing is, I want the arrangement to we crashed it. Let's just... Is that right, though? It's not really about current. Yeah, literally just do that. That's what I would do. But is there an add button before there are any flags? Ah. Yeah, it's always there. Okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Very good. And then up becomes that one and that one. Thank you. And then good. All right. And I can still do this. And I can say, okay, so the first thing that we want to do is met Charlie. Meet Charlie. And then this. And then that. Or I could do that. Perfect. So I put that up there. Amazing. Good. So I guess what I want to do is say, if this is null, and we're in the editor, and progress flow Hey Glyco, thank you so much. Is this a struct or is it a class? It's a class. But get clones it if you say true. Yay me. Very smart, Adam. No, it's such a shame that we have to do this. This way, but unfortunately we do. Mm-hmm. 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 Good. Okay. Hey, Codephobia. Okay, so then what I do is go engine, progress state, which happens here at handle editor progress state. And then I say if string is null or empty, save manager.context. What's that doing? Save context. What is save context? Save file editor text. Okay. If editor and that's not null. Okay, else. Let's go if is editor and then split this. If else. And then we go I think we need this. And then at the very, very top, we can do this. No? It doesn't know what that is. Am I confused? So like anything in an editor folder doesn't ship with the game at all. Which means, but I know I've been able to do this. Am I confused? Why doesn't it know what this is? Is it that I need to put progress flow out of the editor window so that it can be in the same assembly group, but put all of the editor stuff inside an editor tag? I think that might be what I have to do. You miss my streams? You're watching it. You don't have to miss it. The only thing here is that like there's so much stuff. Even like edit a window as a class. How do I statically access the contents of that? If they're in a different, oh, this is really tough. I can't do it. I'd need like a scriptable object or something. Which is fine, I'll just make one, but damn. Yeah, you got it. It's literally create a scriptable. I just don't like making new scriptable definitions if I don't have to. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, ultimately, the fun thing is, I don't the output of this could be a save file anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like this is a save file. It's just like this is a scriptable. It's just I don't want to have to, what's the word? I need like an output file as well as a input file so that the input file doesn't get corrupted. Not corrupted, but influenced. Okay, all right. Then I don't actually need this at all. This can just go back to where it was because I'll just be passing in a progress state anyway. And then I get rid of this and then I go progress flow. This is better anyway. This is a better workflow. It's there's less stuff to break. So we have our initial state and then output state. And then we're just validate output. Literally, you could just say like, I just don't want to have to set dirty every time. I don't know what the check is. It would be something like output state dot game data equals game data. So it's like maybe like if for each, it's like, what are we getting? Public list get current flags. This is like I think I'll just do a save button Screw it. So the way we do this is we go okay. What is happening right now? What? What is this? New controller data files? Huh? What is happening when I press that button? Is there such a thing as progress flow already somewhere else in the project? It's like importing touch controls from Rewired? What the heck? What is this new controller data files asset? I don't want that. How bizarre. What am I pressing? Let's have a look. Is something weird happening here? Progress flow. No. Insignia. Progress flow. Okay. Very strange. Okay, this output state needs to be right here. So let's call this, I mean, we could just call it test progress. And then we go, we want test progress. Let's see if we can make this work. We're almost there. Test progress is going to be just chapter 2 start process. And in fact, let's try this. So first we're going to assign to engine. Boom. Test progress gets set up there. And we're going to make it so that test progress is the same as chapter 2 start progress. Great. That's exactly right. At least so far. Okay. But now we're going to set that up already. And then we're going to try again. Perfect. Yes. Because I got a different outcome. So like this, let's try again. Chapter 2 start progress, write output state, assign, run, cutscene played. But when I add this and then write to it and then run it, it doesn't play. So it's definitely doing something which is correct. So chapter 2 start, we've done all of this. Now the only thing is unlock. Yeah, that's all correct. So if I click this and I say unlock, it's the same. So my question is, when I do this, and what I'd love to do is just check to see if this, a little green light that says if that already has those flags. So before I do this, good. So now I can basically say like, this is ready to go. And I think I just want this to be like, yeah, that's it. Cool. Oh, that's so good. And then the same thing for assign to engine. Well, that's interesting. And now it is. Sweet. That is really powerful. I thought it was, but it seems like it works now. Let me do one more thing. If this is set to false, the check's not right. No, I was right. I was right and it was wrong. Computer was wrong and I was right. Okay. So we've met them. Yes, very good. We've met them, but we haven't done anything else in the quest. Okay. Now we do this, and we do this and this. And now, well, this is Met Gallier. So now I need to add a flag called Gallier. Push that up a couple times. Now, what is the engine's? Oh, it's this, learn ability progress state. I don't know why that was doing that. Interesting. So yeah, now we're here, midway through the quest. And then this cart fixed is wall ride unlocked. So add flag. I don't know why that's getting reset. And then now cart is fixed. And they're gone. Cool. So I suppose the question now is whether or not I want to save this as an asset. Like, is this thing that I'm looking at right now something that I want to preserve between editor saves? Hello?
I'm gonna get some meat.
Oh, thank you so much. All right.
Anything else?
A big ice cream sundae? No, joke. It's a joke. No, nothing else. Unless you want something. I love you. Yeah, it does feel like a scriptable object. But then the last question is, do I need, if I go to a quest, right? So like, there is a quest here that has, and this is the part that's a bit awkward. This thing, what I'm doing right now, it doesn't have to be a quest. I could just be checking 5 different flags just because I want to, because something, behaves differently in different states. But quests, probably I should be able to do this with a quest, just like this over here, where it's like, oh, here's a flag, set them now in the game. That just feels useful that I would be able to do that. So, or even to modulate the quest, like modify the quest, not modulate, modify the quest to include the flags that should be part of its continuity. That feels pretty useful to me as well. Like there's like a heuristic thing here where like, if I'm having to do this to test a quest, why is the quest not this? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just looking ahead to the end state of all of this and going, will I end up making one of these for every quest? Like, is the Venn diagram overlap of what this thing is and a quest one that contains all the quests? A circle where all the quests are in it, but then there are other test cases. And if that's the case, the quests can have their own test case as an object, right? Just sitting here that I can fiddle with to assign the game to those quest criteria. Unless, for some awkward reason, which is the case right now, there can be test criteria for a quest that aren't part of the quest itself. For example, in this one, you have to bring a finished wagon wheel to the cats to finish the quest. But creating a wagon wheel is not, you don't technically have to make one to get one. Like, if you could spawn one into the world and just have it in your inventory, it's the having it in your inventory that the thing checks. Yeah. So maybe that's not, I mean, yeah. Too many edge cases. Yeah. And you know what? The problem is, like, some of that complexity, it's good. It's supposed to be that way. And some of it, I don't know if it's just me overcomplicating it. I guess what games normally do is just find the easiest thing to do and just do that. And then you as the player don't know what was easy or hard to make, right? Still, I just want, the way I see it is like I'm an author of a book and I just want to write the book. You know, I just want to like say the things that I think are interesting and then be able to implement them in my fantasy game. So we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. I do think I want to save this though, because I know if I close this, well, hang on. What will get serialized? If I close this, that's so funny that the engine, when I unclick it, this becomes poor performers learn ability. Why is that? Why did that happen? If I save this scene, maybe because I didn't save it, run it, and then turn it off, it's back to that. But why would it do that? I gotta find that in the game. I don't think anywhere had it. Oh, no, it's just this scene right here. I don't understand why this learn ability progress state is here. Can you check the engine script? Well, yeah, that's what that big control F I just did checks everything. There's no assignment. Data equals, this is on editor. If application is editor and progress says on, I don't know. It's a weird thing, isn't it? I just created this just now. And thankfully I can delete these now. I don't need these test saves anymore. So what's going to happen when I delete them and then run it? Missing. Do you know what? It might be like a serialization thing where it goes back to what it was last serialized as. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. I guess save the scene. Set the engine to dirty. Yeah, that did it. Yeah. We got it. So here's my thing. Will I get upset if I have to close this? Let's try it. Let's see how I feel. Oh, they're still there. How did that get serialized? Oh, that's great. Then I don't care. It's fine. Really? The editor window got serialized with Unity. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, well, that's all I need. That's fine by me. Amazing. I think so, yeah. Yeah, that resets it for sure. Well, that's okay. Yeah, but like a bunch of tools is better than a bunch of data that you didn't need. You know, like you can delete a tool if you don't like it. I'm already thinking I'm going to use this. Chapter 2, start. And then a bunch of flags, I think it was 5. And then this goes to test progress. And then this was meet Charlie, Nettie, but it wasn't that, it was that. And then it was Gallier. And then it was give Charlie the wheel. And then it was wall ride unlocked. And this was there, I think. So cool. It's okay. I didn't get that upset. That's fine. Basically, this just means when I'm done using it, like as long as because I'm only going to work on one thing at a time as a developer. So as long as I'm just like doing this, I can leave this here until I need it again. And when I'm done using it, I'll probably be working on a different quest, which is fine. I'm only going to work on one quest at a time. So, yeah, now we can literally, I wonder if I could do this. Say that I've met Gallier now. Does that change the game state? No. Because I would need to assign, like push it to the game progress. So that's actually, I might do that now as well. So in the progress state editor, there is actually a way I can already do it. It's literally in the test, it's push progress to game. So I go like this, write the output, go. Okay, they're there. And then I go ding, ding, push that, and then push progress to the game. And the only thing is, I guess I check now if I've meet Charlie. Yeah, it got pushed. So now I need to like this here, met Gallier. So I'd have to, this only checks on load, I think. So what happened now? This happens if you have met Gallier, which is red. Well, it doesn't look right. Met Charlie flag. Write output state. And then go to test progress. And then push progress to game. And then, it did fix it. It did do it. Cool. And then write that, push progress, done. Sweet. So I can modify the game state. You can see it went from this to this to this just by me doing this. Not sure why that failed. Usually that's because library needs to get updated, but I don't think that would be the problem right now. Did you prefer merging the write and assign? Maybe, but they are two different things. I guess I would still need two different lights. I'm okay with it. Write and assign. The only thing about the assign action is that, well, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Let's do that. That's a good idea. I think you had a good idea. And then this push progress to game. The artwork is me. I am the designer. So, thank you so much. I think I should have made 3 different buttons. Oh, well, too late now. Whoops. Not all match. All match? No. It's not right. Wait. That's not right. I think I've made this very complicated. I wanted it to be so that out of sync. Yeah, I need to separate this logic. It's starting to get stupid. Public void draw sync button. Public void draw assign button. Public void draw okay, this is the assign button. Now this all match, I don't use that there. So all match. For each of the quest flags, bro, I confused myself so badly. What the hell did I do? I literally am going to Control Z until I go back to something that I like. Cool. Yeah, the Boolean value. So first of all, I need to check to see if these flags match the current test progress. So if I go to like game engine, the first check is, do these flags that are in this thing match? Sorry, does this plus this equal this? That's the first sync, and that is necessary. The next thing is when the game is running, there's a separate check to say, does this here equal, is that in the game right now? Does the game reflect this? Because I might have changed it. And that's a separate check. So I need to make sure I'm doing that check. I forgot that I was comparing two different groups of flags. That's right. There will be two separate checks. So the first thing we're doing here is we're saying, okay, engine is that, is assigned is that, and then this can just go. Right, okay, sure. So this is draw button. What the hell's wrong with me? This tool I've called Progress Flow. So now that's to draw a sign button. And what do I do here? All match and assigned. But hang on a second. So that's like internal sync. Oh, I see. There is no need to show the assigned state. Far out. This is confusing. So like if application dot is playing and then else draw that. And is assigned. And if, so we got ball synced with game. Draw sync button. Okay. So that is to do GUI layout dot background color equals yellow. And then sync with game, and then it's push progress dot game data. Oh my gosh, we got it. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's all I need to do. So let's have a look. I take these away. I assign it to game. It doesn't like that. Why not? Why not? Okay, it's assigned. We're good to go. We press play. We get the cutscene at the start. Very good. Skip the cutscene. Okay. This is at point 1. Okay. I click this. I assign to game. Where's my other button? Synced with game equals. I mean, that would be a cheaty way to do it, but then I can do that. The only thing I don't want to do is that. I want to say synced with game equals false for each I guess technically, no. So this is game system dot data. See if the game is true. For each quest flag and flags is checked. Checks to see if that contains is quest flag data, quest log contains key. And then value equals contains and is checked. If value is checked, then it's false. Nope. That's not right. For each flag, so synced with game is true. For each flag is checked says if my index is less or greater than the current index. Contains is if game system dot data dot quest flag log contains this same. Yeah, there's a better way to do this. It's quest flag quest manager dot manage instance. What is it? Check quest flag. Yep. And then Bro, I feel so stupid right now. Cool. Okay, we got it. So, there are other flags that we needed. Gallier, give wheel to Charlie, unlock, wall, ride. So first we start with none of them. Okay, so we start, we get a cutscene. Then I say, oh, actually, I think I want, I'll sync that with game. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, obviously, because after we do the cutscene, that's true in the game, but it's not true here. Interesting. Okay, and then as I click this, now that's already done. So now it's finished. We did it. It works. And if I take them all away again, I can actually touch this again and it'll run the cutscene again. Sweet. That's going to be so helpful. I think it's going to be helpful for just evaluating like the game state when I'm testing quests. Because like I know where we're up to and I know what I've got set. The only thing here is that I would want, when I do that, this is now technically is assigned to the game. It is synced. So the only thing I really care about in terms of sync is it's this check here is the same as this check here. The only difference is game data reference data equals application.isPlaying game system dot data versus initial state dot get data. So when I check outputs, no, that's all output state. So shouldn't that be output state? Yes. So now this just needs to say is application.playing. And then this is all match. And then this is just that, which is slightly less. It means this plays differently when the game's running, which is a bit weird. It should work. Why is that wrong? I don't get it. I think it's that, maybe. Ah, there we go. So, we have this. You know, I press assign. It's assigned. I click it. It's still assigned. I don't know what that's doing. This is fine. If I desync it, I sync it in the game. But I think when I sync, I think this has to also do this. Yeah. Yeah. So now, if I do this with all of these off, cutscene runs, skip the cutscene, it's out of sync. If I click this, it's back in sync. Hey, Akshat, thank you so much for the sub. It's back in sync. Even if it's not possible for me to do anything with it. Like, the file is off, but the in-game is what I'm looking at, is what it's doing. So as I click this, now it's out of sync. Now I resync it. And then as I click these things, the game changes. So here you can see as I do this, let's go click everything. Click this, click this, they go away. So that assigns that. Cool. So now I can just like test any set of things that I want as I'm working through this. I don't know if like this was a good thing to build. I don't know. But it feels like it solves a problem that I'm having right now. And it saves me from doing something tedious that I was doing before. This is called progress flow. Adds so I think it's good. I mean, it took me an hour or two, but it'll save me a lot of going in circles, I think. So now the only thing is, if I can set this to whatever I want, right? I can set this to like chapter 2 start, run it, and then this is fine, right? Because this is still chapter 2 start. So it's not a big deal. But I do think this test progress is not that. So that shouldn't say sync with game. Yeah, now you would have to do that. Cool. That's right. How many games have I released? I've released one proper game. And a bunch of game jam games. All right, I gotta go. This was fun. We actually got a fair bit done today, or at least on this little thing. Hopefully that saves me time instead of costing me time. I'm just doing my best. All right, let's save. Let's raid. Let's save with a raid. Anybody new? I don't know any of these streamers. What do you reckon, chat? Pac-Man like dungeon crawler? That sounds fun. See ya. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did. Woolies guy. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. That's the stream for today. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're a real one. That's it. Until next time.